Recording in progress.
Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of Recreation, Parks, and Music Commission for Wednesday, January 17th, 2024. Can we do, I'd like to call it to order, and then we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And clerk, can you take us through roll call, please?
Mary Ann Berticelli.
Here.
Cody Chisholm.
Here.
Stacey Earle.
Here.
Kate Greenspan.
Here.
Megan Kelly. Here. Hannah Rizzo Simmons.
Here.
Karen Now.
Here.
Great, and I'd like to start with general public comment. I'm looking right here. I don't see that we had any public comment that was given via email, correct? Okay, great. So I'd like to start with public comment in person. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the city council, well, Recreation, Parks, and Music's subject matter jurisdiction, and they are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. And we have enough people here, they will all be for 3 minutes today. All right, I will begin.
We did have 2 public comments submitted prior to the meeting posted to the agenda.
Oh, we did. Okay, I'd like to acknowledge those. Were they sent to us via email? Are they attached to here?
Attached to the agenda.
Okay, I think I need to refresh my agenda. So I'd like to acknowledge that we do have 2 public comments that were sent in via email. Okay, we will move to in-person public comments. And so anyone who's here right now, have you gotten a speaker card? Okay, you're going to want to grab a speaker card over from they're in the back. You can fill them out, put your name on it. If you're representing someone or an organization, you can put that on there, your email. And then once you finish with that, you can give them to the clerk, and then she'll send them over to me, and we'll call you up one by one. But I'm going to start with Nicola. Come on up.
This is the first meeting of the Music, Parks, and Recreation Committee that I've been to, but I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Nicola Fry, and I'm on the chair of the Senior Advisory Committee. And I want to invite each and every one of you to one of our meetings, or most of our meetings. If you'd like to come to all of them, we'd love it. We meet on the second Thursday of the month at 9 in the morning in the community center. We have a couple of projects that are going to be presented to you at some time in the fairly new close future. So I'd like to get to know several of you I know already, but I'd like to get to know the rest of you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the invite. And then do we have more slips? Can I grab them? Okay, the first speaker, Lisa Goot. She is from AC Swim Club. Lisa, come on up. Thank you.
I'm going to stand back here because I'm really loud. I'll kill it. So I coach with AC Swim Club. And when I was a kid growing up in Novato, I swam club in Novato, but we would drive to the Petaluma Swim Center every Tuesday, Thursday morning and swim 5:15. I was in 7th grade, and all the dads would go, and they'd go to Winchell's Donuts and eat donuts while we swam, and then we would go back to school. So the swim center has a long, beautiful history of aquatics for everybody in Petaluma, in Sonoma, and Marin County. And what we are asking for is pool temperature 80 to 82. Currently it's been 70, 74. And US Swimming actually says that we're not allowed to swim under 75 degrees. It's just cold for little kids. And we're trying to increase the number of people that can swim, including our elderly and people with disabilities. Because I'm on deck a lot, and it's so beautiful to see 8-year-olds and 90-year-olds swimming in that pool all the time. Like on Saturdays, if you come, you will see people with disabilities in the shallow end walking, because it's the only time they can be moving because they're in wheelchairs or walkers. When the pool is warm, it serves more of the public population. When the water is cold, it decreases the number of people that can use the pool. And the numbers are plummeting. The boiler, there's 2 boilers that I believe were put in when the Target Center was put in, because the Target Center helped renovate the pool deck and the grassy area, and they put canopies up, and they put in 2 new boilers. Well, that was, how long ago was the Target Center? Yeah, 10 years. So those boilers, one is working, one they were working on today. The pool was 79, so much better. Little kids were able to stay in the whole hour. I feel like if we could just keep the water 82 in the winter, and if we could get new light bulbs on the lights on the deck, that would be great. Because it's kind of dark on one end of the pool and nice and light on the other side of the pool. If we could just have support in that, that would really help to bring the community back into the pool. And we also want you to know that we so appreciate having the resurfacing of the pool on the agenda for this year. That will be amazing. It really will make a huge difference. It'll make that pool beautiful. People want to bring their kids for swim lessons. They're going to want to swim. If we could have the aquatic community stand up so people know. So this is what's beautiful right now. We have parents, swimmer, I used to coach.
No, Lisa, I got to cut you off.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you guys. We
And that's
appreciate your help
3
so much.
minutes. Great.
All right, you guys need to go back. Because I still have the kids over water. All right. Thanks, you guys.
Okay, Misty Kane.
Hello, I just wanted to, well, it's really loud, but I just wanted to thank the city for all of the support with the amazing swim centers. My daughter has been a swim club member prior to AC coming on board. So she joined maybe when she was about 9.5 years old. Now she's 17, a junior at Casa Grande, and is still swimming for Casa and also for AC. And I just wanted to say, I wanted to point out that the heat temperature and the issues that have come up with the pool warming are new. It's not something that has been a problem for the full 10 years. The last, I would say, year, maybe 1.5 years, 2 years, it has been a problem, and it gets really cold. And I've seen, even prior to AC coming on board, there were some of the younger children that would sit out the full winter season because of the pool warmth. So anything that we can do to raise the temperatures would be greatly appreciated, because it's a fantastic sport that teaches such great time management. And to see these kids having to sit the session out and maybe never come back, it's just really sad because it's a great sport, great for our community. And then I've also heard rumblings that Casa Grande, who doesn't have a swimming pool, is potentially, they always practice over at Petaluma High, but they're also discussing options and looking at potentially using the swim center as well. So if that came to fruition, then it would not only serve the private clubs, but also the high schools. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, I have Suzanne Whitford.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Whitford, and my child is on the AC Swim Club at the Petaluma Swim Center. The pool has been cold for some time, and I think the swimmers would have a better experience if the water temperature was up to, like Lisa mentioned, 80 to 82 degrees consistently. They've had to cancel some of the practices because the water temperature was too cold. Boilers weren't working, and they had to wait to get the boilers fixed before they could resume swim practices. There's a lot of kids on the team. I think close to 100 kids on the team, so it affects a lot of kids. And then there's also master's level adults that swim there. A group called the Krakens, and then a group called the Jellies. And so it affects their swimming as well. And then the general public that uses the pool for swimming laps and rec swim, it affects them too. And so it'd be much appreciated if that issue could be addressed. And another issue with the pool is the lighting. At least also mentioned that there's different times that the swim groups swim, but the group that my son is in now, they swim 5:30 to 7 o'clock in the evening, which it's dark then. The lighting isn't good, and it just presents a safety risk. Someone could trip on a wet deck and hurt themselves. So we're concerned about that. And so it would just be helpful if that issue could be addressed, some new lighting. And if that could be put on the calendar to get that new lighting put on at the pool center, that would be much appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? No? Okay, great. So with that, do we have one more? All right, we got you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Katz Mortimer. I have been swimming here since I was a little kid. I don't know if you guys remember the lion fountain at the pool. That was awesome when we were kids. But Nathan Adrian, who's an Olympic swimmer, is the owner of our club. So that is huge for here in Petaluma. And we can really work, and get people involved in swimming. Little kids, adults. It's just such a great sport. And that we have Nathan Adrian, who owns our club, is such a plus here in Petaluma that he actually chose Petaluma to come and open up this awesome swim club. It's huge. The other piece is I know that the lighting and the temperature are iffy, but the locker rooms are so unsafe, right? There's a lot of homeless people that use the showers, which is fine, but it's not, there's no privacy, so that's a problem. So the kids can change and it's really open. So those things just really do need to be addressed, that that it can just make it an awesome place for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will be moving on to the presentation portion. Item number 1 is the Park to Park Crosstown Bikeway Initiative. We're going to receive a presentation by Safe Street Petaluma and provide input regarding an initiative centered on improving citywide park connections and access for bicycle and pedestrian traffic. Drew, do you want to kick this off?
Sure. At this point, I'm going to introduce our partners at Safe Street Petaluma, and that includes Bruce Hagen, to come up to the podium, and we'll queue up a presentation slides for you, Bruce, so the commission and community can follow along on the screens behind you. And I think to just set some context around this, it's a little bit timely because following this item, you'll have a more robust carbon neutrality footprint, but it's really all interconnected. And oftentimes our commission, our communities, our councils are hearing about these separate efforts and parallel plans of, blue zones and general plan updates. And how does it all really kind of coexist and work together? And so it's important when we take these opportunities to, look about what's coming down the horizon as far as our general plan update, opportunities with our goals and priorities in the next couple months. And so the opportunity to have Bruce speak about what's going on with these types of initiatives is important, if anything else, to kind of lay that seed for future discussions about how can we incorporate some of these to really help us reach the goals we want to make. So that's the long-winded intro. But with that, Bruce, I'll let you introduce yourself, a little bit of background, and dive right in.
Sure. Thanks so much for making time for this. And I'm Bruce Hagan. I've been in this town with my family for about 44 years. I was on the commission from 2000 to 2008. And the last 3 years of that, I was also on the Petaluma Pedestrian and Bicycle Advisory Committee, and we did the first bike plan back then. Safe Streets Petaluma has been here about 2 years, and we formed out of the group that rides the first Friday of every month, saying we've got to do something about these conditions. They're just not safe, and we were hearing more and more about that from kids, adults, seniors, families, and so on. Fortunately, we have a city council and city staff, from Peggy Flynn all the way down to the traffic engineer, and who are very committed to this and are very capable. The only thing they might lack is a strong enough wind in their sails, if you will. So it was our job to try to educate the public and build the public will for taking more of the city property, the public right-of-way, between the lawns, and making better use of it, to allocate it fairly amongst all the different uses. So not just for cars. Cars will still be there. Cars will be safer. Cars will be quieter. They'll get more respect, and it'll be less stressful if they don't have to worry about everybody else trying to cut in front of them. So this is all about inclusiveness, and it's all about choice, that people will choose for whether it's climate or health or personal family economics to ride a bicycle. And when I say bicycle, it will include Nicola's tricycle that she's going to get, the little electric tricycle, and all these other mobility vehicles that are showing up. So it's not just the, what do they call, the fit and fearless 3% who are out on Chileno Valley Road. This is everybody. Look at what's happening in other cities, particularly in Europe, and you'll see that sort of thing. It's really good. So why are we talking about this here, though, and not at PBAC or the General Plan Advisory? Part of it is that it occurred to me in conceiving of this idea for a crosstown park-to-park trail that transportation to these facilities is part of the recreational experience, especially when you're on a really nice trail. How many people have been on the Lynch Creek Trail? It's much better known. How many people have been on East Washington Creek? Okay, that's not bad. There are a lot of really pretty places. How many people have been on D Street? Everybody, I hope. That are really beautiful, and if they can be experienced in a way where me and my son and my 2 grandkids don't feel like they're taking their lives into their hands, then all the better for the recreation experience. The other element of that, I think, is affordability and equity, that it's your job to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get to the new Putnam Park extension or the new River Park. Even the people who are in the apartments behind Safeway or further out, that if they don't have that extra car or they don't have the time or whatever it might be, they can't send their kids out because it isn't safe, then we're denying opportunities to a significant segment of the population. So all of this makes it relevant to the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission. Okay, so my goal, what is this? And a term about nomenclature, when I say bikes, I mean anything that is not an auto. I was going to say natto, but I don't think anybody knows what that means unless you're Japanese. Okay, you don't know, good. When we talk about a bikeway, it's basically facilities for all ages and abilities, AAA. It's also referred to as low stress. So if you're out there, you're not just like continually freaked out that someone's going to cut off your son in front of you who is pulling your granddaughter in a trailer on I Street, which happened to me about 6 months ago. This was a week after I saw a dead full-grown doe deer in that same spot, and I happened to watch it get killed. So, I mean, these are experiences that people have. If you're lucky, you'll never see this. It'll never happen to you, and you'll never know about it. But that's the kind of condition that creates stress and keeps people from using the facilities we do have. We want to get rid of that and make it safe and make it desirable. So this bikeway concept was just something that I kind of came upon riding around one day and realized how many on this particular alignment. You want to flip to the next slide? And I don't know, have you seen this in your packets? I can go through it a little bit, but basically that red line starts at the sports fields on East Washington. Everybody hear me okay? Mm-hmm. All right, thanks. And continues all the way across town in pretty much of a straight line to Putnam Park. And there's some detail about what are the actual segments of this, but all of this, with one exception, is public right-of-way. So we already own the property. We don't have to pay millions of dollars to get a 30-foot strip or something. The part that isn't is the Target parking lot, and I'm sure Target would love to have a steady stream of cyclists going in there to shop and go over the overpass, and we're lucky to have that already over the freeway. So that particular alignment, not your job to look at the details. That's PBAC. In terms of commissions, it's city staff. But if you look at what's already there, there's quite a lot of it already there. Next slide. But what I found more interesting is when I started considering all of the destinations that were within 100 feet or a block or two from this alignment. I'll just read them quickly. The sports fields, Prince Park, Rooster Run Golf Course. Can you imagine toting your clubs in the little trailer behind your bike? My son is ready to do that. Wiseman Park, East Washington Creek Trail, the Petaluma Ring Trail, which runs along the east side of town. Murphy Fields Little League across from Safeway, the whole McDowell School complex. There's a city park. There's also the school. And guess what? Safe routes to schools. This will help a lot of people get their kids to school without having to drive them. It's the overpass, there's the fairgrounds, and you may have heard about, how many people know about the BMX proposal? Yeah, there's an idea to take the infield of the racetrack and make a world-class bicycle motocross facility there. Really cool. That's just getting underway. Then you have the swim center, the skate park, the library, the teen center, Kenilworth Park, all right there. You have the SMART station and you have the transit mall, so people can get there without having to drive and then get on their bikes and go either way or go up the SMART trail, for instance. So transportation sensitive, the new River Park, Walnut Park, McNear Park, the History Museum, the Float House. I'm a big fan of the Float House, a wonderful facility, and there it is. I pulled my bike with a trailer and my pack raft down there the other day. I was able to paddle around in the turning basin without ever having to get in my car, and so on. You can see all the rest of them, Petaluma High School. The important thing to recognize is that this is not one project. This is a collection of projects, next slide, that will take place over the coming years. The city is developing an active transportation plan, which is part of the general plan process. And that active transportation is another way of saying NADO. It means you're out there using some physical capability. If you've got an electric motor that's pushing your vehicle most of the time, you're still pedaling, you're still steering, you're still paying attention. So you're very actively involved. This active transportation plan is going to be completed sometime this year, hopefully in the first half, and it'll have a list of lots of projects that will contribute to a whole lot of things in different parts of town. We are hoping in Safe Streets Petaluma to use this as an example of how it won't take a whole lot to create a world-class amenity that serves a lot of interest, recreation, commerce, people getting to work, shopping downtown, and so on. And I made some effort to identify what facilities are already there, low stress in blue, which facilities would need the kind of work that the city now is routinely doing. How many people have seen North McDowell lately in the last month or two? Up there, they have what are called barrier protected bike lanes. So there's a 2-foot strip with big green plastic pylons. These are ways that protect the people on bicycles to get here and there. And they are doing this now routinely whenever they pave a new street. So a lot of this is happening. That's why they're in green. Getting past McDowell and getting across Lakeville, the railroad tracks, and the Petaluma River are going to take some more engineering time, study, and money. But it's all there now. So next slide, please. Why are we doing this? And there's category 3. The Vision 0 means no fatalities or serious accidents. And all the accidents, fatalities, and critical injuries are happening around these big intersections that we're going to try to calm down and slow down and make it safe for the people not in cars. The active transportation plan, blue zones, part of the health aspect that blue zones is interested in is not just pedaling and physical health, but when you're out there riding around or walking around on the sidewalks, you have interactions with people that you don't have when you're in a car. You build community, you build relationships. That's an important part of creating these communities where people live to be 95, 9,500, whatever. Climate, net zero by 2030. Gasoline-powered vehicles are like 60% of our emissions, and it won't take much to reduce that if we have the facilities that people will use. Build it and they will come. Equity and affordability. We're all aware of Petaluma having a housing problem, just like most of California. Part of affordability is that builders are having to build parking spaces instead of bedrooms because of outmoded laws for parking requirements. And the people who move into these places have no way to get around other than cars because we lack these safe, all ages and abilities bike facilities. So that's a big deal. On the equity side, I just wanted to go through a couple of slides, if you want to go down. These are right out of the general plan documents, and it shows the red line where our bikeway or our pathway will be. Then the dark blue is areas with the lowest income. You can see they're just right along that route. Next slide. People of color, you can see concentrations along that route. Next slide. Population density, when you build a transit system and you ever heard of transit-centered development? Common concept, yes, where you build lots of high-density apartments near your transit station rather than sprawl. Well, here we already have concentrated populations, and we have a facility. We have a kind of like a monorail system running down the middle of it, except there'll be bicycles. Next slide, please. And this is just another indicator of demographic status, education beyond high school. The yellow is the least amount of that. So this route is particularly good at covering a lot of bases. Next slide, please. So why do we do it? It uses existing facilities. This picture here is an example of the multi-use path that's along East Washington between the ball fields and the airport. And let's see. So a lot of the stuff's already there. The improvements, I said, are within the city's capabilities. The Measure U and the other sources of funding are making these things possible. Large concentration of high-value destinations and concentrations of historically underserved populations. Next slide. So how do we get this? I want to focus particularly on the second one up here. We've already talked about, this is part of recreation as well as transportation. But Safe Streets Petaluma, in order to build this, what we refer to as the coalition of everyone has an interest in creating more mobility choices for Petalumans across the board. And I mentioned before that communities that have done this successfully have paid attention not only to the bicyclists, but pedestrians and drivers and trucks and commerce to balance out the use of roads, which historically have been pretty much all for cars and trying to get cars to go as fast as they can. God help us if somebody steps off the road in front of them. So with that, this particular declaration, we started a couple of weeks ago. Blue Zones has signed on, Sonoma County Bicycle Coalition, a couple of local businesses. But our goal is to get all of the significant organizations, service groups, faith organizations, businesses, downtown association to say, we want to have complete streets, meaning we want the streets to serve everybody's interests and do it affordably and fairly. And we're going to use this declaration and the signers to demonstrate public support when the city council faces a tough decision or there's pushback on staff. And we will also use it as a demonstration that Petaluma qualifies for grants to do if we have to upgrade the freeway crossing. You know, here's a community that's united for this stuff. Look at all these groups that have signed on. So I know we don't usually take, and I don't expect you to take action as a commission on this tonight, not on the agenda and all that. Maybe something you want to do in the future, but I would encourage you all to go to safestreetspetaluma.org, and you'll see the link to the little form where you can put in your name and contact information and comments, and you will join these other folks as the coalition of one for safe streets. So next slide, please. Last but not least, the day I was out doing my initial survey on this, it was raining. It was a beautiful showery day, and I ran into this couple, and they were kind of cruising along, and I said, hello there. I was being sociable. They were tourists visiting from Germany. So I said, hey, what do you think if we were to build a trail like this from one side of the town to the other? What do you think? And I've got this on video. This is a frame grab from the video, and this guy says, that's great. That's a great idea. Thank you so much for that. So there's an indication that it's not just for people in Petaluma, but it's for tourists. It's for anybody that wants to enjoy our beautiful town and see it and smell it and feel it on their skin as they walk and ride around. So with that, next slide, I'll take questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Should I stay up here?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item? Or actually, first, before I say that, any clarifying questions from the commission? Yes, Kate.
I just had a question about the SMART trail. How does that fit in? I was trying to see on the map. I know that's kind of within that section that requires more work and money and planning and time and everything. Could you talk a little bit about how SMART kind of fits into this plan?
Sure. The important thing to remember, this is just kind of a particular trail alignment that looks like it had a lot of benefit for the community. But what we're seeking, what other communities that have been successful in this have done, is a complete connected network of these low stress, all ages friendly facilities. So it would include existing facilities, including the SMART trail. SMART has a couple of gaps in it. There's all sorts of other places where gaps need to be filled. But until you fill the gaps, you know, I don't want my granddaughter going down D Street and then having like a 3-block stretch where the bike lane just disappears and she's out there in the middle of traffic. So SMART is definitely a part of this, and we're lucky to be able to have not only the trains but the bike paths as well.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering if, yeah, that answered my question.
Well, I think the other thing is that the active transportation plan is going to have a whole bunch of maps, and it will have this trail alignment, existing and possible future things, what's going to happen with Caulfield when it goes across the river, or when, you know, what's it going to do over the freeway. All of those are going to be part of that network.
Great,
Okay?
thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other clarifying questions? Councilperson now.
Hi. I met with the D Street neighbors, and I met with the pastor of the church that's on the corner of D Street and, what is that, 4th?
Yeah, it's next to the post office.
Yes.
Yep.
And they have gone out and measured B Street, and it is actually 3 feet wider than D Street. And D Street is a designated truck route. So they had questions, and a lot of these are bikers and, enjoy the recreation and ride the bikes to their local schools with their children. But they have concerns that this is a designated truck route that's going out D Street to the dairies and to the businesses out that way. And so they were wondering why we hadn't looked at B Street, since it does connect with Windsor and up into Helen Putnam Park. So I was just wondering why we haven't done that, especially since it's 3 feet wider, which gives us even more of a bike lane and enough room for the parking, because D Street, we're talking about taking parking away completely. And the neighbors aren't all on board with that because they're concerned. No one's explained to them where they're going to put their trash cans or where they're going to put their delivery vehicles when Amazon comes, or FedEx and paratransit that picks them up. And so we have to explore maybe B Street as a safer route.
Okay. That particular question, what's going to happen with D Street, different places on D Street, is not what I'm here for tonight.
Correct.
What I want, and the fact is, yes, this trail alignment does go along D Street. Just clarification, the staff proposal right now is for bike lanes to replace parking on one side, not on both sides. And currently, the parking utilization rate on D Street, based on city studies and some confirmations that we've done, is about, I think, 13%. So a little over 1 out of 10 parking spaces ever has a car in it. And I think, from my own personal view, stepping aside from this proposal, is that when you consider, well, first of all, B Street, I see it's got nice painted bike lanes on both sides. And but they're not very far. The parking areas aren't very wide. So if you go up those bike lanes, there's a good chance you're going to get doored. And those parking spaces are full. Whenever I go up B Street, I see a lot of cars parked there. So you're actually taking away something that's being used. I think what the staff's conclusion was on, and their recommendation for the bike lanes on both sides and parking on one side or the other up and down the street, was that there just wasn't enough public benefit or private cost to maintaining those private parking spaces on, or those, for maintaining those parking spaces on public property to warrant jettisoning the entire continuous strip of bike lanes. Because part of the problem is if you start sending people zigzagging around, it's like if you're in a car, you don't really want a detour. If you're going to go from Washington and Petaluma Boulevard to Safeway, you don't want to have to turn left on, I don't know, name some other street, where basically you get the idea. It's like, I've got to navigate this route. I want to go in a straight line. I don't know about the width of the streets, but B Street, what we're doing there is some people are going to be inconvenienced and have to figure out a different way to maybe put their garbage cans on the planting strip between the sidewalk and the gutter. Those vehicles have the ability to reach in and do that. And if they have guests that are coming over, they can park on the other side of the street. They can park on the side street. If you look at the driveways for most of these houses, they're pretty long. Most of these houses have 2-car garages. Some of them have 3 or more. And it doesn't seem fair to all the people who would benefit from having this continuous route that allows them to ride their bikes with their families out to the new Putnam Park in order to accommodate the occasional convenience of somebody who's living on that route. And again, this is not, they don't have an entitlement, they don't have a permit, they don't have any kind of easement that allows them to park there. They're parking there at the convenience of the city. And if the city decides to use that property for something else, overriding public benefit, then that's a decision the city and the city representatives and the city council ultimately has to make.
What about the truck route? It's a designated truck route.
Yeah.
So even the county has statistics showing that there's been lots of injuries because of trucks and bicycles don't match.
There's ways to build that will slow the trucks down, and that's the issue. I mean, trucks are a little wider, but the problem is trucks get going and they lumber and they don't slow down. So that street can be designed in a way, and this is something that what the city's doing now. I hope you don't mind getting into the weeds on this, because I know Karen is pretty familiar with this, and maybe you're not, but the project that will probably come before the city council in a month or so is going to have what are considered legit are full-size on-street bike lanes, so 6.5 feet wide with a big thermoplastic seal white strip on both sides and signs. There will be crosswalks and bulb outs at the streets. A bulb out is where the street gets narrow, so the people in the crosswalks aren't having to walk as far exposed to cars. A lot of other things that'll happen to slow the cars and trucks down. And that's the issue. We're not saying the trucks should be taken off the street. I don't even know if the city can. If the city can, why the heck not?
Yeah, I don't think we can.
But there's interests to balance there. I think that to assume that it's a truck route, wouldn't you love to have a street that meandered between parking on the left side and the right side, the entire length of the street? What if the speed limit was 20 and it had cameras or police patrols to enforce it? Somebody might complain about the extra 27 seconds it might take to go from the boulevard to the edge of town because they're going 20 instead of 35. Too bad. It's not worth the cost of abandoning a route that is being demanded by the public, Safe Routes to Schools program and all that, so that people can continue to go fast and cyclists are forced to maybe try to find a place zigzagging around, going up over the hills. From my perspective, it doesn't make sense. But if there's anything else, and this is a longer conversation, I don't want to take up the commission's time having it here. Karen, happy to talk to you about it afterwards. But
Thanks.
Great, thank you. I also think too on D Street, there's going to be a few more crosswalks as well. Yeah, as well. Yeah, that's in the plan. I'm on P-back, so. Yeah. Got it. Okay, do we have any general public comment? Or, I'm sorry about that. Okay. Commissioner Grisham.
For my question, I just want to echo what Councilwoman now said. My thinking was I hope we are also exploring when it comes to any route that would require changing anything with vehicle traffic or parking, that we do look into the possibilities of parallel routes that can be almost as quick, but with a compromise between existing vehicle parking and traffic and bike traffic. And then my question was, this is an east to west thing. What about north to south?
Well, that's not part of why I'm here today. So I'm kind of like, I'd love to talk about all this stuff for hours.
Is that a possibility in the future? Because I mean, we have the riverfront improvement, and there's going to be so many ways.
The Smart Trail, for one, is a north to south. McDowell Boulevard has now a significant stretch in this improvement that they've recently completed with really nice sidewalks. Nicola will attest to that. Still other things that need to be done. The Smart Crossing is being worked on now with the Smart in the city, but that could go all the way down. You don't need to have 4 lanes, in my opinion, and in modern traffic engineering, you don't need to have 4 lanes. The biggest problem, I think, bit of editorial comment, people don't mind going slow as much as they mind having to stop for stoplights to take a minute and a half. And if you put in roundabouts, traffic circles, which are done all over the country and around the world, yeah, you do have to go slower. You have to navigate around that thing, but after a while it's instinctive, and you never have to stop. And that will speed up traffic. It'll make it safer, and you won't have the president of the McDowell School Safe Routes to Schools Committee saying that they will not let their kid ride a bike to school because McDowell is too dangerous, which is the current situation. So another example, there may be people who might lose parking spaces there. They might lose parking spaces along Caulfield, but are we going to really let that hold us back to make our goals for Vision Zero, for climate, for public health, for social equity?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
No.
Okay.
But Bend has a lot of traffic circles. They do that a lot. Do we have any general public comment on this? Okay, now we're going to go to commissioner comments. Do we have any? Commissioner Greenspan.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this presentation tonight. And I am so excited as someone who I take my son to preschool riding a bike the days that we can and that it's not pouring out. And it's terrifying. It really is not a great experience, but we do it. And every day that we do, I'm like, when we get to school safely, I'm like, okay, we did it. And then we have to do it over again. So I totally understand what you're saying about that kind of higher anxiety that you have. So I just love the idea of a route across town that is safe and enjoyable. And I know that people from other communities that take the SMART train up here to come and visit, like how wonderful it would be to be able to experience our city in this way. I know that there are going to be many obstacles, and I'm just really hoping that our community can come together and get this going. So thank you for your work on this.
Yeah, thank you. I live on the west side, so I don't bike because there's no way to really get to the Lynch Creek Trail without like being like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. This is great. Besides the streets being complete garbage that like it's not enjoyable to ride a bike on, and then you're on the sidewalk and then you're like weaving around dog walkers and you're not supposed to ride on the sidewalk anyways. I just remember as a kid, I think we were in Tahoe or something, but they had this whole bike trail thing with stop signs and I thought it was like the coolest thing as a kid because I was like, wow, this is like a road I can be on and I can follow the traffic laws. So yeah, that memory stands out to me, and it would be really nice to be able to get around town safely on a bike if I chose to. So thank you.
You.
Bruce, it's always so great to hear you speak. You're so passionate, and you bring so much to the table, so much research and background information. So I just want to put that out there every time you speak. It's pretty incredible to listen to. In particular, I appreciate your voice for equity and for making sure that people have access. So thank you for looking at this through this lens. I think it's really exciting. Thanks.
Commissioner Berticelli?
Well, as a e-trike rider, I appreciate any improvements to the biking pathways and trails around the city. I've had a few pretty nerve-wracking experiences myself with traffic and with the poor quality of some of the bike lanes. So I look forward to this particular improvement and more improvements for bikers around the city. So thank you.
Council Puccinello, anything?
Well, thank you, Bruce. I always enjoy your presentations, and you definitely have the passion. I grew up in Petaluma, so I love all the improvements because as a kid living out in the country and riding my bike to school when we missed the bus, or that was our only means of transportation because we were not privileged teenagers with vehicles, but it was not safe, and our bicycle, we didn't even wear helmets. And then being a parent of kids who rode their bikes all over Petaluma, I am so glad that we have bike routes because they were popping tires because they were running over glass and going to school at Kenilworth, which is now a Target shopping center. So I am applauding all the bicycle improvements, but we also have to recognize what the existing streets and what they mean to the people who live in those homes and it's a different world with all the deliveries and truck routes and what have you that we have. Mm-hmm. It's just, there's a different world. we didn't have that many deliveries 10 years ago, and now there's delivery vehicles and lots more trucks out on the streets. And that's more, as a recreational bicycle rider, I get more worried about the trucks than I do the small vehicles. So we have to think about that too.
Any comments, Commissioner Chisholm?
My only additional thought would be to stress the importance of wayfinding for this, to make sure it's really easy and clear for people to know these routes. Bilingual wayfinding, right? To make sure there's no confusion of where you're supposed to go to catch this. Thank
And
you.
if I could speak for Bjorn Griepenberg, who is the staff for PBAC, apparently we've just let a contract out to do the wayfinding on the Boulevard and Lynch Creek Trail, which had been delayed because nobody bid on it for a while. So we're going to start seeing more of that for existing trails and hopefully for the new alignments that people can take advantage of. And I really want to thank staff. I know Drew and his team and Cindy have done some tremendous things for us down at the McNair Park Community Garden. So shout out to you there, but particularly the public works staff on this topic. It's just really high quality people, and they're working really hard. And I'd like to see the community step behind and support them in their professional judgment on some of this stuff.
Great. Thank you for this presentation. I've seen you at PBAC. I think this is all great. I think when it comes to the homes on D streets, I think that we should put the burden of the delivery trucks on the delivery companies. They can figure it out. I mean, it's kind of like with with the post office. You know, they will figure out ways around these, whether or not they're walking packages. They have dollies, but you know, Amazon will figure it out. They're logistical people, right? They will figure it out. But
drones. Drones.
Drones, right? Yes, exactly. Maybe we can get our packages delivered to our roofs. But no, I think this is wonderful. I look forward to seeing more things about it. And I think that there's a lot of things, especially for kids, to be able to cross town. I think it's really important as a person who lives on the east side, and I have teenagers, and I have to drive them a lot to the west side. It would be great if I felt confident that they could get there safely at different times. So I think this is really, really great. Thank you for your time.
All right. Well, thank you for having me here. And if that's it, thanks.
I just realized I didn't have my mic on that whole time. And I had such great things to say. Okay. Next item is approval of minutes. We did not have a meeting last month in December, so we are approving the minutes for November 15th, 2023. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I motion to approve the minutes.
Great.
A second.
Great. And with that, the minutes for November 15th, 2023 are approved. The next item on our agenda is the blueprint for carbon neutrality. We received this report and high-level overview of the cities of Petaluma's oh my gosh, I can't speak suddenly. High-level overview of the city of Petaluma's blueprint for carbon neutrality. And we need to consider providing input and feedback to staff on any and all elements of this draft report for consideration prior to final adoption. Drew, would you like to tell us a little bit more about this, introduce our speakers?
Sure. Thank you, Chair, Commission, community. In a moment, I'm going to introduce Heather Gurwitz. She's a senior planner. We also have Christina Paul, who's a principal planner, who's been involved heavily in this project. And we are very much working closely with them to collect input in a timely manner to keep this massive and important project, which is to create a roadmap for how the city intends to reach its goals of climate neutrality. And we do that by trying to collect unique input from our committees and commissions and boards and allow them to kind of have a little time to synthesize that before bringing it back out through the Climate Action Commission, City Council, et cetera. So we're one of the last commissions to provide feedback. Every committee and commission approach this a little bit differently. So before I introduce Heather, this is a a big, wicked problem, as we say, and Parks and Recreation, well, the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission has one of the more broad purviews and scope of what we touch. We manage lands, we're stewards of resources, but we're also managing operations. We play an active role in transportation, sequestration. So I did not provide much clear guidance to kind of have the commission weigh in particulars of this plan. So we'll see how that goes, whereas some committees and commissions really wanted to kind of refine the scope of review. But what's helpful for staff, when you have comments shared among the commission that you want to elevate or second, that's really important because we'll be taking notes and tracking, and we're looking for kind of majority comments that we can package up with the other feedback that we received to carry this process forward. So that's kind of the marching orders. But with that, I'll introduce Heather at this point, who's going to be zooming with us tonight, and she'll drive the presentation. And I want to highlight a staff report as well as some information and context are linked to the agenda if you want to follow along separately. So Heather Gurwitz, Senior Planner, take it away.
Thank you so much, Drew, and thank you very much for having me here this evening. I am really excited to be here talking to you on behalf of the City of Petaluma's planning staff general plan team, and introducing to you the, I can do that. I can do my slides. I just was taking a minute first. Thanks. So I just wanted to start out and say thank you. And so I'll go ahead and share. Okay. And I just want to make sure you're all seeing the correct screen. So yes. Okay. So we'll start off, and I just want to talk about the process a little bit. And there we go. Hopefully it doesn't jump twice. It's a little slow. So this process has been going on for quite some time, and the city did form a Climate Action Commission who has been involved in the development of the plan, in actually drafting it, working with our subcontractor, Ramey. And the first draft of the plan was released in October for public comment. So that was the first public draft. And we've had a portal up on our website. We promoted it through email to people who subscribe to the city's email notes. And we basically sent that out. It was promoted through Cool Petaluma, and I believe there are also a couple other groups. And so between October 2nd and November 17th, we sent this out to the general public. There was also a community event that was held in person at City Hall where people were invited to come and talk to Ramey people and learn about it. So right now where we're at is we've closed that general public comment period. We're compiling all the comments. And the CAC also really wanted to get feedback from other boards and commissions. So that's why we're here tonight, is to also solicit some additional feedback on the blueprint for climate neutrality. And all that feedback is going to them on February 8th. Our hope is that this is going to be finalized by the City Council in the spring of 2024, because as was recently adopted by the City Council, we are in a climate emergency, and the whole idea is that this blueprint sets forth how we can reduce our carbon emissions and get to climate neutrality by 2030. So builds on the council priorities and the climate emergency framework. It looks at the relevant policies and information in the general plan. And so really it's all of that effort. And it is meant to be integrated with the general plan activities that are happening as well. So it's important to keep in mind. And it does incorporate some of the new innovative practices. Unlike the general plan, this is actually a short-term plan, so it's meant to be less than 10 years. So again, our target date is 2030. As a blueprint for carbon neutrality, which is different than a climate adaptation or climate action and adaptation plan, the idea of the blueprint is about reducing carbon emissions. And so greenhouse gases, as we know, are, I hope we all know, are related to climate change. So the key action that we're looking at is how do we reduce that? There are climate adaptation activities that we need to take place because regardless of whether we decrease emissions at this point, there's a certain amount of climate change that is going to take place. There's different projections about how and what that's going to be, but there are climate adaptation strategies, but I want to just make sure that we acknowledge that we're separating that out from what this is, which is specifically about reducing greenhouse gases, and what is the CO2 equivalent is the measurement that we use in order to reach the target of carbon neutrality by 2030. So again, I guess I kind of skipped around on my slides here, but as mentioned, one of the first things that were done were the inventories to find out what are existing greenhouse gases, and then doing analysis, developing action plans, and again, going through this public process to make sure that this is something that reflects the community and that when it's adopted, that it's something that can be achieved. So the starting point that we look at here is what were the GHG emissions in 2018? And this is really relevant to the conversation that you just had because, as discussed, on-road transportation counts for 67% of the carbon that goes into the environment. And so, the second most is from energy. And again, I say carbon, but I just want to acknowledge that what I'm talking about is greenhouse gases. It's a habit that I have comes from many years ago, but it's when I say carbon, we're not just talking about carbon dioxide, we're also talking about methane and other greenhouse gases, but we use carbon dioxide equivalent because it gives us one metric to kind of look at all of our greenhouse gases. But regardless, this is the 2018 profile. So there's several scenarios that we're looking at here. And one is, what if we do nothing? What if just absolutely nothing happens and we just keep going the way we've always gone and we don't change anything? That is the business as usual. That's the business as usual trajectory. And as you can see, that line goes up. So greenhouse gases would go up. Now, the state is taking action and there's changes in regulation. There's minute changes that are happening on, other levels. And so there is an adjusted business as usual. So again, that's sort of like adopting state policies, but not local action. So if you say, okay, we're not going to do anything locally, but we're just going to follow the requirements of the state, there is some reduction, but it's not anywhere near significant. Now, the ambitious climate action line that you see here, this yellow line, that is, what if we take the ambitious actions that are in the blueprint that's being proposed here, that we have in draft phase, and what if we implement those actions? And that does have a significant decrease in carbon emissions. Now, no, it's not carbon neutral, which is the target. And so we do have this question of what does it take? And what this acknowledges is that to get to carbon neutrality, it takes more than what you can regulate or mandate by state law. So yes, it includes all the different actions that are part of the climate action plan, but it also is acknowledging that there's personal actions that everybody in the community has to take, and that without those things happening, we won't be able to get to carbon neutral. So, okay, moving on. Okay, so the what does it take scenario. So let's talk a little bit more about this. Our ambitious climate action plan, the actions that are in there, and there are 22 cornerstone actions, but there's more than that in the plan. It's about 100 pages altogether, just the plan, not including the appendices. And so when you look at what ambitious actions are, including things like making buildings more efficient, decarbonizing them, using different solutions, you can reduce carbon about 40%. And then, or if you do if you do about 40% of that, that's where you get that number. But to get to neutral would take 85%. So, and again, 25% of all vehicles on the road would give us ambitious climate action. And what does it take would be, again, 25%. Oops, sorry. Oh, sorry. I scrolled. There we go. Looking at bicycle share, so mode share. So I love that new phrase, NAUTO. That makes me really happy. So I hope everybody picks that up too. As we just learned from our friend, if we can get ambitious action and 50% of all trips become NAUTO trips, then, we can get to that, that goal of reduction, that you see be ambitious. Whereas, the what does it take is 75%. So you can see there are gaps. And again, it partially relates to personal behavior. So let's talk about what's actually in the plan. It is separated into sectors. So clean energy, buildings, and we do look at both existing buildings as well as construction of new buildings. Transportation and land use are also a critical component. Resource consumption. So, thinking about where, what are the different impacts that we have from what we are consuming. So water is another one because, production and use of water, does have impacts to energy and carbon. And sequestration in natural systems. So we think about things like trees, land management, and how do we sequester more carbon in the lands that we have. And of course, city as a leader, municipal operations. How do we as a city reduce our emissions and lead the way in this effort? So as we look at different actions in these different sections, different actions have either a lower or higher potential to reduce emissions. So a vehicle electrification and electric mobility are one of the highest ways that you can reduce your carbon emissions. Whereas, something like water efficient energy conservation has an impact, but not as big, or, trying to train staff and changing how you might run the city would have an impact, but it's pretty minimal relative to something like saying, okay, our 67% of our emissions are coming from transportation, so vehicle electrification and other methods of reducing vehicle miles traveled and emissions coming from cars is going to have a greater impact. The other level of comparison to look at when we're talking about this, and this is where, unfortunately, as much as we want to do everything, we are limited by what what we can do. And so it's important to think about what are the costs of these things. So for example, purchasing clean energy is relatively lower in cost than, trying to generate energy locally. Making sure that you have regulations in place so that new buildings are using materials with embodied carbon, that are carbon neutral materials is going to be less expensive than trying to electrify and retrofit existing buildings. And so that's the purpose of really looking at these, and these are in the plan. As I mentioned, there are 22 cornerstone actions that are in the plan. An example of these is, I'm just going to show you a brief example, are sequestration. So we have, revising the tree preservation ordinance, revising the urban forest plan with detailed implementation strategies, and creating a comprehensive land management plan and maintenance procedures for city property that center around regenerative management. So, and there's more. Where we're at right now, again, is I know it's a bit overwhelming when you look at the whole plan, which is why we've kind of broken up into a short presentation. But we would like to get feedback from the different committees. As noted, there is a Climate Action Commission that has really taken the lead, and there's some community members with a lot of expertise in how we manage greenhouse gases and reduce emissions. So it's been really exciting to work with them. And it's important that we engage other groups as well. So that's why we're here. And I'm happy to try and answer any questions that you have. We have lots more information. Something that if you were to take an action tonight, you might want to consider whether or not the committee wants to encourage its members to individually provide feedback on the climate action plan through the public involvement process, because we are still going to several committees. Or the other option is, if the committee wants to, as a committee, provide feedback officially as the committee. So, again, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. I'm going to stop my screen share, and that's what I got.
Great, thank you. Commission, do we have any clarifying questions before we go to public comment? Commissioner Simmons?
Hi, thank you. So one of the slides said GHG inventory years, and we stopped at 2018. Do we have any current data of where we're at?
That is something that will be done. It's getting data, and getting good data there's always a bit of a time lag. And so based on when the plan was started, that was the most recent available. So we will need to recalculate once this is all said and once we get to that point.
Thanks. And then on another slide, it had the, 40% buildings, 85% if we want to get there by 2030. And it had electric cars as the same 25% on both slides. And then I think in the next slide, you said the greatest thing we could do is to go electric car. So why wouldn't we increase that? And then you could kind of make those numbers a little different, because people aren't going to electrify their homes if they have a gas stove when power can't be kept on and you need to cook and bathe yourself.
Yeah, I actually don't know the answer to that, and I apologize. So I am happy to see if I can find that out, as I don't know, and unless Heather, because I know the other Heather is floating around, so if she's able to answer that.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Heather Hines. I'm a Special Projects Manager with the Community Development Department. One of the hazards of us being here and presenting this plan is this plan is so highly technical in certain ways. So there a lot went into it by the consultants, Ramey. So I also don't know the answer, but that same thing caught my eye when that slide flashed up. I was like, is that right? So we can definitely ask that question and get an answer back through Drew for the
That'd be
benefit of the
great.
group.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other clarifying questions? No. Okay, I see that we do have, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Greenspan.
I guess it's sort of a clarifying question, but you know what? I'm gonna wait until comments. Sorry about that. Thank you.
A question that might turn into a comment. Got it. Okay. That's not on again. I'd like to acknowledge we did get one emailed general public comment from Susan Kurtz. And then do we have any in-person public comments tonight? Nope. Okay. So then we'll move right on to commissioner comments. So Commissioner Greenspan, we'll go right to you.
I haven't quite formed the thought fully, but I guess I'm just wondering, Heather, you talked a lot about personal behavior and changes that will need to be made in personal behavior. That's going to be a huge part of this. And just anecdotally, in my neighborhood, I have tons of neighbors who burn wood in their fireplaces, even on days that are considered no burn days. And I've talked to several neighbors about it and, you know, what's going on? Why are you burning wood? And they say the gas prices are too high. I can't afford to heat my home any other way. How do we as a community come together and inspire these changes when there's, you know, an economic part to this, there's an equity part to this? It just seems so massive. It's very inspiring, and the work that's gone into this is amazing. Don't get me wrong. I'm just finding it all, it's very overwhelming. It's very aspirational. But I'm just wondering if you could speak to that personal behavior part and how we are going to inspire these changes in our community, in our citizens.
Absolutely. And I really appreciate the question, because something I did not really get into is that in each of the action plans, we identify, I'm going to actually go ahead and share this again because I think it's worth seeing. In addition to identifying actions, we identify partnerships, because we recognize that you can't just regulate everything, that you have to work in partnerships. And I for sure understand and hear that a lot about, you know, we have to burn wood because that is how we are able to heat. And, you know, it's that is very common, and especially even more so in rural areas. And so it is one of the ways that we're going to need to work in partnerships to make sure that, particularly for low-income households, that the resources are provided so that people can upgrade. And so there's a lot of models out there, and this came up a lot during the discussions because equity is also a really important component of this plan. You can't reduce carbon emissions if you don't bring everybody along. And so there was a discussion that really took place in talking about, okay, I don't know if any of you are familiar with some of the things that are being done around water conservation. So the state is funding local jurisdictions to provide assistance for retrofitting for water conservation. So each jurisdiction is able to implement as they see fit. And sometimes it's providing kits that people can install. And then in other jurisdictions, they actually have teams that will go in and look and say, okay, you know, your shower head is wrong and we're going to change that out, and your toilet is leaking, so we're getting you a new rubber seal. And there's a partnership between these goals. And so absolutely that is an essential piece to making sure that not only is the information out there, but that we're working, you know, as a city, we're partnering with other groups, nonprofits, you know, schools, whoever it is, to make sure that the resources are considered and that there's a way to provide them.
Chair, may I add to that response?
Sure.
This is something also that the Climate Action Commission has been talking about, like consumption emissions, like how the city can't regulate, you know, how many times you order from Amazon or, you know, those kind of behaviors. But it's a huge piece of our greenhouse gases. So really one of the steps in here is to do, I think it's a survey to really get some kind of information about where we are with consumption and its impacts on emissions, and then target some of that with education. And are there ways that everybody on my block can get their Amazon delivered on the same day? And, you know, some of those ideas. So it really does lay out a lot of thinking on all those different levels, and recognizes that we can't just regulate ourselves out of this. We have to think about it creatively and from all different sides, and we have to think about it through the lens of equity. So from like building electrification, we know hand in hand when we come out with regulations about electrification, we have to come out hand in hand with financial, you know, opportunities and incentives and group discounts and, you know, whatever that is. And we're still definitely exploring that, but it's a key component. We realize that. We also look at the blueprint and think, oh my gosh, there's so much in here. It's a little overwhelming. So we're right there with you.
Great, thank you. The other kind of thing that I wanted to elevate was just local food systems, and kind of along the same lines of equity there. But I didn't really have specific questions about that, I guess. Let's see what else. Again, thank you so much for bringing this presentation to us. I think just looking at some of those numbers, it goes so hand in hand with the previous presentation that we just had. I mean, transportation vehicle miles traveled, that is such a huge part of this. So I think, Drew, I really appreciated your comments in the introduction to this about how this commission really, you know, ties in with so many of these different elements. And it's really important that, you know, we're paying attention and bringing, you know, elevating or, you know, shining a light on some of these really key issues that involve our commission. So, yeah, I'm just a little overwhelmed, but also just really glad to live in a city that this is coming before us, and it's timely, it's ambitious, but I'm excited to see the city get there. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, I guess just to go off the wood burning, since that was one example, like even people that have care with PG&E right now that are low on their PG&E bills over $200. That's not gonna, the city can't fix that. That has to come from the state. So we have to have that state regulation happen for the city to implement any of this. PG&E already offers those sealants and will come inspect your home and make it energy efficient, and we're still going to charge you over $250 a month to heat your house. So, you know, like my neighbor, for example, they don't have a heater. They burn because that's their only heat source. So is the city's going to pay for a whole furnace? I mean, we can't even pave our streets or take care of our parks. We're not going to just like go be putting furnaces in people's houses. I don't know. It's, I mean, it's all great, ideas, but I don't understand where the city is going to have the money to actually do any of this. Thank you.
I think it's an incredible plan. I think it's very ambitious for under 10 years. So I'd love to see how it plays out, especially the education piece. The connection to the water conservation was a good connection for me to make, just because we, went to the farmer's market and got our bucket and our shower head and all of that. I would imagine that it's a plan that's going to have to roll out really fast, and the city is going to have to be on board and put a lot of resources to this plan to make it effective and happen. So I hope it happens. I think it's amazing. I think it's the right thing to do. It just seems like a lot in a short period of time, but it's pretty amazing.
Commissioner Berticelli, any comments?
Just that I think that it's important to at least start the process of thinking about all of these things and trying to kind of get our arms around all of these many issues that are all related to climate change and carbon neutrality. It is a lot. And I can see that different portions of this plan are also being touched on in other plans that the city has. So I can see that portions of it are going to be like sort of bitten off by different other processes that the city is working on, other funding sources possibly, but it is a very ambitious plan. Not that that means that we shouldn't start and that we shouldn't try. And I think it's good that the city is thinking about this in a more holistic way. I think it's important and necessary for the future. But I will be curious to see, how some of these things are accomplished, particularly, as Commissioner Rizzo pointed out, the things that rely heavily on behavior changes from the public. So, because that's not something that we really have any control over. There can be incentives, there can be financial assistance and things like that, but that's not necessarily going to be, 100%. So I think it's good to start somewhere. I think it's a very ambitious plan. I'm still reading through it page by page, and I will try to put some of my comments in writing and send those in. But I think it's good that the city is trying to take a look at this and somehow bring it all together. Thank you.
Thanks. Council Personnel?
Yes, it's a very good stepping off place for the city as we do our general plan for the next 25 years. It's a very big document. It's 70 to 112 pages. And I've already sat in on meetings with the seniors, getting their viewpoints, because they have different needs than a family that's just starting with their new first home and small children. And then there's the middle income, and then there's the lower income who have challenges. But I almost see it as how we deal with garbage, recycling, and compost. It all started with education, which we did through the schools. And each generation got a little bit better, because I know when I was a little girl, we were burning the garbage in the back of our property. But in Petaluma, they have incinerators that they would put all their garbage and just, I can't imagine the toxins that went into there. Now we, 50 years later, we're recycling everything. There's hardly anything in my gray bucket. It's so small. There's just a few things, but the most is in the green that is for composting. We've come so far. And there's a lot in my blue for recycling, but there's a lot of things that we reuse. And then we have this cool Petaluma that's going neighborhood to neighborhood, not just preaching, but showing how it can be done, how you can ride your bike, how you can buy local and save and the energy efficient things. So I think it's a great place to start. And I'm really excited that this group has already talked about the future with what they want to see in parks and for the public land as far as natural turf versus artificial turf. So we're already so into that conversation, that dialogue, and thinking about the future. So I'm really proud of this group. And it's a big challenge, but I think the city I think we're up for it. I think we can do it. So I'm really excited. And thank you to both Heathers for putting all this time into it. And we're far from done. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Chisholm.
Thank you. Well, because I actually just read about it this week, to the comments about energy prices and what the state can do, I believe there is a proposal for changing the way utilities are billed to a fixed rate per household based on income levels. So that, as far as I read this week, is a possibility that's in the works for California. Other question was for 50% mode share, I think was one of the goals we're trying to get to. Does that include one of the options instead of driving? Does that include public transit? And if so, has the Public Transit Committee had this presentation? Because I know they'd really want to.
Heather, do you know if transit has met to discuss this? I know PBAC did. I don't remember about transit.
PBAC did. I do not believe it has gone to transit yet. But that doesn't mean it's not going to go to them. Confession, I'm actually the understudy. So I don't have that fine-grained detail on hand.
But mode shift would include transit, getting out of your car.
Okay. My last commission was the Transit Commission. I was the vice chair, had a lot of conversations with the transit manager and the chair about this issue. So I know the chair would really like to hear this presentation.
Yeah, we'll make sure that if they, we've reached out to all of them, so I just don't know the status off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. I just had a few comments. Overall, like the definition of the technical terms and being specific about how to implement the action items, there's just not a lot of like quantitative metrics. And it might be because it's such a big thing, but kind of the whole thing with, SMART goals is that they need to be measurable. And I just don't see a lot of that in there. It'd be really interesting to start to compare and overlay like the city budget and these action items and really see, do these things line up? I think that we need to definitely be talking about these things. I also think that we need to have enough money to be able to see if they're attainable. And even projections moving forward. What are the budget projections? How does that go into this 2030? I mean, that's 6 years away. So anyhow, I think that's important. On page 79, this is we can talk about trees here. Page 79, number 5, list of approved street trees. This is something that is coming up in my neighborhood where they want to put they want to take away parking and put trees in kind of like the lane on Maria Drive. And one thing that needs to be taken into consideration is like what type of trees. And it might be like, that's too specific, but it's not, because then the residents are in charge of these. So we're going and talking about like, yes, we need more canopy, and we're going to put that canopy, we're going to put the tree in your yard. And then if it digs up the sidewalk, then you're responsible for it. So just kind of, what trees are used for that. Because that's a lot of money for people to replace their sidewalks. And then this kind of wraps right back into I guess it's like the toggle that we've seen here before when we were in a drought, right? Is like we can cut off all of the water when we're in a drought, but then we're ruining all of your irrigation system. That's all made out of plastic. And then we have to go and redo it. We can, we need a boiler at a swim center, and that's a big issue in terms of, it's a gas boiler. And if it's going to be replaced with electricity, that's great. But can it actually heat that big of a pool to the temperature we need it? So some of those things I think is where I was headed with yes, this is a vision, but it also needs to, kind of have some of the metrics of looking at each of these big things and what the impact could be. And that's all that I have for that. So we're good on that? All right, great. Thank you for that presentation. I did had in a different version. I guess with PBAC, I think we did everything. You guys didn't come and present to us. We got it. We read the whole thing or maybe we saw it twice.
On this one, on the blueprint, I think Bjorn felt like he had it down.
Yeah. Well, we had it. Yes. So anyhow, we discussed it last month too, but in that committee. But this was great. I think I'm all for it. It's just how are we going to get there? So thank you so much. It definitely looks like it's a lot of work.
Thank you for your input.
Okay. So with that finishes out our public hearings part. And now I'm going to go to commission comment, sorry. Maybe I'll go to the left this time. Commissioner Chisholm. Do you have any? I know I always go to the right and then I move on down there. We're going to go this way now.
Okay. Something fun. I wanted to give a quick little update for the Petaluma River Park, actually, because if anyone saw, there was some big news recently. Just purchased another 40-plus acres on the other side of the sluice side of the river, the east side, which basically between Shamrock and the new riverfront housing from Basin Street. Exciting because there's so much that can be done with that to help the community. So it will be a slow and diligent process to make sure we can take care of all our stakeholders the best we can. But one thing I know for sure is the commitment to the river enhancement plan. That was a big part of the decision, was to be sure that whole path can continue. The riverfront property has started and can then cross over to the river park, continue into downtown. So there's a lot coming. It'll be a slow and diligent process, as I said, but it's really exciting. But the other thing I want to make sure everyone knows is that doesn't change or slow the original plans for the park, the peninsula part of the park at all. That still is number one right now, and we have a full community engagement program about to go online. And in the meantime, we're working on a lot of improvements to keep the park usable and comfortable for people until we can, community engagement is the first step of planning the physical look of the park in the future. But until then, we're working hard to keep it usable for you. And I'm part of both of those different aspects, so I know there's a lot of exciting things in store soon. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Now.
And to add to that, the Oyster Cove development is going to add even more landscaping and I think even some electricity to that peninsula park. So down on McNair Landing, because right now there's no electricity out there.
Possibly to the steamer landing portion, the city park in the beginning.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a good.
Yeah.
And probably some developer fees. So that's adding on to his the parks that I'm back. I get you for another year, or you get me for another year, because we didn't rotate commissions this time. I'm used to the old school where we rotated commissions every year, but they said we could keep on. So I'm here for another year. My parks look great. I didn't know what the timeline was for McDowell, the McDowell improvements. I know it's in the...
Sure. The park access capital improvement project.
Yeah.
So happy to give you a quick update. We don't have a
Okay.
firm construction schedule, but I can touch on it in my comments.
Okay. Okay, that'd be great. Also, are we part, is Murphy Field, that baseball diamond, is that part of us? The reason I ask is the flag needs to be replaced, the American flag that's at the baseball field at Murphy Field. And I didn't know if that was our responsibility or if the Little League people.
I'm going to assume it's Little League. I'll check with my staff, but it's not one of the flags that we regularly routinely replace. So my guess is Little League.
Okay, because I know other flags, I've gotten donations from the community. So the city council, I don't know if you all heard what happened at our city council meeting. It was pretty wild. We had a lot of passionate community members about the international war that's going on and wanted us to do a resolution, and so they were protesting. We had to leave the dais and wait for our Petaluma police did a wonderful time getting the protesters outside so we could finish our meeting. We did get to listen to a presentation on the mapping for floodway and floodplain in Petaluma with the sea level rising, and we got to see what we have plans and what the future is going to be looking like with the water flow in case if we have another big winter storm, and how that's all going to be part of our new general plan too. So we got to see and hear an update on that. And our general plan is coming along slowly, but that's how that document, I was on the last one, so I know how time consuming, and we have to hear from all these different areas of the general plan. But that's what we've been working on, and then we'll have the urban growth boundary at our next meeting on Monday, which is a very important part of keeping Petaluma within the green belt that was established 50 so years ago, maybe longer, 70 years ago, by Helen Putnam and a group of very ambitious people who wanted to keep Petaluma so that we have more, we protect our green belt and we do the infill. So we build in instead of building out and save that farmland. So that's what we're working on at the city council. But thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Berticelli.
I unfortunately haven't really been out and about much. I wasn't kind of under the weather for a few weeks, and then the weather's been kind of keeping me under the weather too. But when the parks that I have gone by, just in passing, basically, to be honest, I haven't really been out walking around that much. Look great. Of course, the rain is always good as long as it's not too excessive. But just happy to be here and looking forward to some of the new projects and ad hoc committees that are going to be coming up, and can't wait to get to work on some more stuff.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Kelly.
All the holiday events were wonderful in Petaluma. It felt so lively here. The Santa letter writing was incredible. I have a child that likes to challenge Santa in unique ways every year and make it really special. So Santa did a really, really great job writing back, and I really appreciated that. The museum is doing great, moving forward on a great trajectory. We had a wonderful holiday party. Rachel has been an incredible addition to the museum as our liaison. She's really taking action, which is awesome. We've also added not one, but 2 youth liaisons to the board this year. We just couldn't decide between the 2. They were both so incredible, so that's exciting. We had our New Year's concert. Our amazing executive director has mapped out our exhibits for not for this upcoming year, and then she hopes to go beyond that. We haven't had a map or a plan like that since I've been on the board, so that's incredible. We're also doing a big membership push right now. I'm hoping that in staff comment we'll hear a little bit about summer camps, which I just, as a parent, it appalls me that we have to plan summer camps at this point in the year. But that's where we are, planning summer camps in January. And if there's any support, I know I've asked this before, but I don't know where we are on this. If there's any support in supporting our families that are low income in accessing those summer camps. That's all I have.
Before we go to Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Berticelli has an update from the tree committee.
Yeah, I forgot to mention. Kind of trying to block it out of my mind because we just had that meeting right before this one. And you had mentioned in speaking about the blueprint about the talking to homeowners about the type of tree that they should be planting. If it's going to do damage to the sidewalks, they shouldn't be held liable. One of the things that Tree Advisory Committee is working on is the adoption of the final tree preservation plan, which talks about basically maintaining the tree canopy, but as another associated document with that is a recommended tree list that's being finalized by the Tree Advisory Committee. And that is a list of trees that don't damage sidewalks, don't create other problems with infrastructure, that people will be able to use as a resource when looking for replacement trees. So that's something that's going to be adopted, I think, pretty shortly, right? And so the tree committee is working on that with the planning department and other things to kind of codify all these different things that have been in different places and bring it all together. So just want to give you an update on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Simmons.
Hi. Our last art committee, we had to extend money for some projects because the city of Petaluma has the art committee pay for pulling permits, which seems silly when it's all the same money to the same people that are already on salary for the city of Petaluma. So that was basically all we did in that meeting. Hopefully we'll have some more projects to discuss soon. Was going to ask when Anna's Meadows playground is getting unchained.
I can give an update on that as well.
Cool.
Yep, thank you.
And then also just had some questions regarding McNear because it is now a Moss infield. I know that there were some improvements that I keep hearing rumors about that are going to happen. It's all green. Everything is green. There's no dirt infield anymore. So if there's an update about that, as well as, February basically starts baseball season here in town. So I know people are going to be wanting to get out on those fields and be able to use them, as there are few baseball fields in town. And yeah, parks look good. Everything's green. No flooding. So yeah, that's my update. Thank you.
Commissioner Greensmith.
Thank you. I also noticed everything's really green, especially McNear. So I wanted to bring that up as well. And I had one other park comment concern, but so I will email. My brain is bad tonight. But I also wanted to check in about when the pool is going to be on the agenda. I thought it was really timely that pool folks were here. So I'm hoping that we can get some discussion about that on the agenda soon. And then I also was reminded by the blueprint for carbon neutrality. Last year, I had asked about what staff was doing with gas powered equipment and if there was any electrification coming soon. So I was just hoping for an update on equipment. I think, Cindy, you had mentioned staff trying out some. So I just was hoping for an update on that. And that's all the comments that I have, I think. And I will email as soon as I remember what that other thing was.
Okay. I guess I'll go with my parks first. Parks are looking pretty good. McNair is definitely green. Lots of gophers. Holy cow. I don't know. Do they multiply it in the winter? Because I'm telling you, every park I've been to, not that you guys want to hear that, but they're everywhere. And my dogs are not catching them, so they're no help. Last month it was actually this month because it's the first Wednesday of the month. We had at PBAC, we had a micromobility update, kind of specific to, specific eye on seniors and what different modes of transportation they could take, whether it being electric bicycles, different trikes that are out, kind of widths of sidewalks and stuff for them to be able to use. We also, this crazy point of data that, in 5 years, and this is in Petaluma, in 5 years, the number of seniors will outnumber the number of kids under 18. That's that's it's an important fact in terms of where we are, not that kids aren't important, but where we are sending some of our energy, in terms of, building a senior playground, making sure that the sidewalks are wide enough, on and on and on. But I thought that was a really interesting data point. The rest of the meeting, we talked about the carbon neutrality draft, which was a few hours of that. And there was a lot of great input on that. That's all categorized and uploaded. I think it's public. What else? Let's see. 4 electric buses were purchased. That was really great. The Petaluma was awarded a huge grant. So that should really solidify the safe routes to school. And I believe within this grant, this will pay for things like having the crosswalks all have flashing lights and stuff like that. So it's going to be a really huge thing for Petaluma in terms of, again, going with the safe streets. And I think that's it from that meeting. I was happy to see the swim people. I think with the swim community, I think just it being so cold, I think they're just hitting a point of frustration. But I don't think I really realized, I guess we're thinking a little bit more about the kids, but the adults have definitely, it's just cold, and so I know you guys are doing the best you can. I know the boilers aren't easy to deal with because they seem to, I don't know, the wind blows left and the wind always blows left and then it'll go right and then one of them breaks. So, but I think it was good. And I echo trying to get some more clarity about where we're headed with that. Okay, Drew, Cindy, updates?
Yeah, you're keeping us busy as well, so I'll try to keep track, but at the end of this, we'll just do a round robin to make sure I'm trying to make sure we can address all of the questions. Cindy, I'm going to let you start, and then maybe how we tag team aquatics is give an update on the boiler, and then I'll handle some of the other general comments about where we're heading from here and how we can make some improvements and work together at the pool. So take it away, Cindy.
I think I'll start, Commissioner Simmons, your question about electrifying. So one of a few things, we did ask for funding for electric mowers, but we had to go ahead and use that funding to get the tractor and to get the big gang mower that we need to do fields, because electric mowers don't, number one, they just don't have the deck width that we need to get the work done without more staffing. So that was made. So it's not that we don't want them, they're still on our wish list. Electric tools, we've been testing. We have some still, we've put some stuff into rotation. But also, like, one of the hallmarks of sustainability is that you don't replace products until they need to be replaced. So as they die out, we're going electric, right? So we have this carb trailer came that's from AGSA from the state, so we can test a bunch of brands so that the crew can get a feel for which ones they would actually want to use. And they unanimously decided that still was kind of the home products for the most part that they would go with as we kind of change these out. So yeah, we're on that route. Outside of that,
really, do you want to talk about the electric tractor too?
Oh yeah, so
went to council.
There is an electric tractor that went to council for approval, so we'll be getting one of those in rotation, which is different from the diesel powered one that we have because they just have different capacities for what they do. But yeah, so I mean that's actually another major thing that Patrick Carter helped us kind of get with grant funding, so it's really, really exciting. But yeah, so we're all, moving forward with that. So nothing's kind of sitting on the back burner. We are moving and changing as we go out. Outside of that, touching base on just what Commissioner Bertelli told you, yes, at Tree Committee, we saw the first draft of the Historic Tree Preservation Ordinance, which is kind of the oversight of the IZO, which is the planning code. And they'll come back to us with a revised draft before the final goes to City Council for adoption. But outside of that, street trees are in the Muni Code, so that will come to us as well separately. So it's not being forgotten. And in that, there'll be a lot of stuff I think that gets covered, species of trees and that approved street tree list. So that's all being worked on. Your parks team, December was, it's like kind of a hard month because you've got a lot of things going on, but they've been busy. They purchased a new planer so they can help kind of redo park benches and stuff that we have that are wood. So they've been kind of implementing that. The Gophers, yes, they have multiplied by a lot. But you will be happy to hear that our Gopher contractor is very successful in the parks we have him in. So he will continue to expand the parks as we kind of reevaluate. But he catches a lot. They do, and I will tell you, you'll see kind of another cycle again around April where they reproduce, and so there'll be like this huge surge again. But we did see kind of an odd increase at the end of the year, which we weren't anticipating, especially in Prince Park, McNair. McNair still continues to be one of the ones where they're just prolific. So he's still out there, he's still trapping, he hasn't given up on us yet, and he may have to hire staff. So that's happening. At McNair Park, just to give you an update, park staff was out there last week putting in the valves, starting to do some of the work so that they can get and do some of the other work. So you'll see improvements there. It's coming. It's slow moving, but we had a couple people come in on overtime to work on that. And hopefully it won't be green forever. But funny, you think about it, a year ago we had this discussion, nothing's green, and we were just so stressed about nothing being green, and maybe it's a blessing. A year before that. But you know what I mean? It's like everything was brown and we didn't know if we'd have any water. So kind of a blessing in disguise. The pool boilers. So, we don't normally talk about your facility staff here in the city. We have 2 people. Currently, we have 1 person on staff. He is Boyson, and he's been working on your pool boiler. There's a lot. If you guys don't know, just if you haven't, and most of you probably have not been in the boiler room, these boilers were designed and they're stacked. So you've got 2 boilers. I know, Commissioner Bertelli, it's like nothing I've ever seen anywhere. But this design happened to fit the space. And so it's really difficult when the top boiler's out and that's the one you're trying to fix and there's issues and you're doing a lot of welding of parts. So he is being very diligent. And when you have one boiler going and it goes down, right, then the pool temperature will drop just because then you have no boiler. So it's not an excuse. It's just so you know what's happening. But parts are in. He's working on it. There was a review to electrify, and at that point last year, the consultant that came back, it was $2 million to electrify, so it was just not something that we could afford. So now, because technology is changing, we're going to have that evaluated in this energy evaluation we're doing for the city. So I'm not saying that we won't go electric. We would like to. It's just a matter of where the costs are at. The pool boilers themselves, and I've learned this because this design was done before I was here, so obviously it was something I inherited. The capacity of those boilers, I spoke to the consultant that helped with the design process because I was trying to find out, why does this keep happening? Why do we keep having issues? How do we stop this. Those boilers and their capacity was designed to not run full year operations. So not only are we running, we're running full year operations and then one's down. So while you had one that was fixed and it's working, it's just the capacity of it is being overloaded. So we're hoping we'll get the second one up and running, you know, by the end of the month, and then we'll be at least in a stable place, you know, in the short term until we think about what we're doing with our long-term plan with the boilers. So like I said, no excuses on the boilers, but it is being worked on. I know you probably think I'm a broken record, but honestly, it is being worked on. Everything else on the pool, I'll let Drew dovetail on that part, and he can fill you in a little bit better. But yeah, so, you know, and I would tell you, I have one facilities tech for the whole city, and he is 100% on the boilers right now. So when I'm telling you it's a priority, I've pulled him off all other work he does in city buildings unless it is an emergency. And so, that's a pretty big deal. So unless I have a call that an HVAC system is down for City Hall or something's going on, anything that can be, you know, reprioritized is being pushed back. Okay. But outside of that, you know, your park staff, you know, one of your park staff, he went to visit family in Hawaii and he got stuck there for an extra week because the plane, you know, that got a rotation. We were all very sad for him. Not really, because, you know, we know he was probably enjoying himself, but yeah, they are busy. They're doing good. Relief, because we didn't meet in December. Update, we're there. We planted our 1,000th tree over in Fox Hollow Park. So that was really, really exciting. And if you haven't been to Fox Hollow, or if Fox Hollow isn't your park, not only did we plant out Fox Hollow, you'll notice that the green belt leading up to Prince Park was also planted. So that's really just going to look really, really different. And it's not just the green belt, it's not Fox Hollow Park, it's also the area outside of Fox Hollow Park that leads to Snow Mountain Parkway. So that whole area will look very different once those trees mature. So when you get a chance, go take a look. But we've been busy, and Happy New Year.
Great, thank you. Drew?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Cindy. So staying on the topic of aquatics, there are a lot of attention or staff on a number of opportunities for improvement with not just the swim center, the Kavanaugh pool, the aquatics operation, and we're excited to have initiated a partnership with a aquatics consultant. Councilman Hunsaker is the name of the firm, and we initiated this process to really do the first deep dive, pun intended, of the operations to maintain the pools, as well as gap analysis and programming. We've not done a deep dive in a study since this unique contract was executed in 2013. And you go back to that time, and I don't think anyone really would anticipate that model or would exist come 10 years later. Factored into different needs of the community. Aquatics program in generally is seeing an increase. So you factor all those things in. We're not sitting idly to wait for some of the decisions to be made for us. I think it's a great time now to start talking in the commission, among the commission in the next couple months about bringing an ad hoc aquatics advisory back up to you. To start working with staff and the consultant to ultimately help produce some of the findings, to take a look at operations and identify where are those opportunities to make improvements. And we'll want to do that and keep that engagement heading into the budget cycle. We've been really fortunate to have the support from council, from you all, and staff absolutely agrees with a lot of the sentiments that we're seeing, that we can do better for our community at the pool. So what does that look like? What are those staffing models? What is the gap where we should be putting those program hours? So that's what this is. There's going to be another effort that you are all aware of and we supported, was the pool plastering. That also includes a lighting upgrade and retrofit for the pools within the pool, but we're also exploring opportunities for the deck lighting that's above there. But the project that's been approved that's going forward includes the lights for the pool plastering, and we are going through that process. We don't have a construction window yet, other than we expect it to, hit, unfortunately, during the summer. So we want to play with that very carefully and make sure that if we're going to be down for 6 to 8 weeks, how do we schedule that to where we can afford, not maximum impacts to our community. So there's going to be a little bit of engagement from the stakeholders to make sure that we have opportunities to provide our communities to swim, but anything that we can do to progress the longevity of the pool surface, we're trying, and that's our goal, is to get way ahead of it, not try to close down the pool at inoperable times, but this is essential work and we need to get it done. So that's the project that's on the docks now. We are also going forward with a facilities assessment. These are the locker rooms. These are the existing facilities within the swim center in particular. This is a 60-plus-year-old facilities. So that effort is probably going to dovetail following the operational feasibility study. It's going to be hard to manage the 3 projects simultaneously, but in order of priorities, we've got the capital improvements division really helping us spearhead the pool projects itself. We've got recreation staff taking the lead on a lot of the feasibility study, and then following that is the swim center locker room assessment and things like that. So in all of that is you all, and I think it makes the most sense for us to be able to keep giving updates to the community, keep getting buy-in, and letting folks know what we're doing as we lead up to the budget cycles, to bring back an item for you all to bring back the ad hoc aquatics committee, which I believe was last formed to bring on this third-party operator in 2013, 2015, I think was a lot of the work that they did originally. So that'll be that. Sure.
Can I ask a question? You were talking about what was approved for, like, in the budget currently. So the deck lighting above pool lighting, there's no money to replace and fix those lights. It's only the plastering and the pool lights in the pool.
So the project scope includes the interior pool lighting. Is that could be simply packaged to the same contractor that goes out and does that.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, there may be some other funding opportunities for the deck lighting as part of different buckets of money the city may have on upgrading LED sport lighting retrofits, if that makes sense. So it's all going to come from somewhere, but we wanted to keep the funds for the pool dedicated at the swim center, and we're also looking at the wading pool. So if it had to choose between the wading pool, getting some of those plastering, and then the deck lighting, I don't know if we'll have enough to do it all. So we're pursuing other avenues for the deck lighting, because either way, that'll probably be a separate project.
Oh, okay. So I just want to make sure. So you're kind of reallocating the money that you did have for deck lighting, reallocating it to replastering the kiddie pool. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, thank you. To clarify, we never had the deck lighting set aside. It was a pool plastering project that included the lighting for the interior retrofits, which is a pretty significant niche project. And the we'll call it sports lighting, the deck lighting, it'd be kind of more of a generic project. But in order of priority, we're looking at assessing the plaster at the wading pool, doing all those lights. When we package that project for award, that's the priority. That's the project that we had taken out for approval. If there's extra money there, great. We'd love to do a bid alternate and finish the lighting, but we're also not holding our breath. We're going to be looking for other ways to fund the lighting for the decks.
Okay. All right. So they're separate.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Can we ask Target, like, hey, 10-year anniversary, don't you want to put some deck lighting up? Because you just put canopies up? Why didn't we ask for deck lighting? Like, that seems like a no-brainer.
I mean, wasn't around, but
no one was
Where
here.
were you on the commission 10 years ago?
Put some lights up. Yeah.
They would sell us some lights.
Going down my list, I've got the park access improvement. So super excited. Council on last Monday night, awarded the project. So that was the big milestone that we were all been waiting for. So now it's just about the contract's been awarded, getting it signed, getting it routed, and getting on the construction schedule. So typically, we are in the wet season, but typically you would see kind of a mobilization within 60 days. That's kind of how we wrote it into the contract. I think what's unknown a little bit is we've got 3 parks. We've got McDowell, we've got McNear, and we've got La Tercera. So what's the mobilization schedule and the timing of which parks get done when? Those are the next kind of questions to ask. Where do we stage? And then how do we get the community aware of where the equipment's going to be? But the big takeaway was on Monday night, awarded the contract. So super excited to see that project. And from here on out, it'll happen pretty quickly. So as soon as I get a more firm construction date, I'll share it with you. But weather window is probably our biggest barrier at this point.
I think my brain did a blip, I'll call it. Did you just say that City Council awarded new equipment for those 3? Did I hear that incorrectly? Can you repeat that?
Sorry, the park access improvement project. So it's the interior park pathways at those 3
not
parks.
the equipment. I heard equipment and was like, wait a minute, we're going to put a new playground in McNear?
Yeah. Sorry,
Why?
Misspoke.
Thank you.
Yep. So it's going to move pretty quickly from here. So the awards happen. So awesome. Anna's Meadow playground. So the equipment is installed. That's awesome. So we have a punch list item. The playground inspector came back. So there's a few items that we need to make sure that we address before we can open that playground. There's delay on the shade sail structure. So what we're going to pursue is opportunities to open the playground, but there is going to be a gap in the landscape retaining wall that's holding in the infill material until the next project can arrive and we can install that shade structure pad and then access walkway. So this was always kind of a risk, right? But we're going to put our best people on creatively solving how do we shore up that, the playground so we can open it until we have to unfortunately close it again so that we can install that shade and seating area. If you haven't been by there, it's really cool. It's extraordinary to see it from rendering to then go up and what that would mean. And with the trees that were planted, I know I'm pretty impatient when it comes to my tree canopy, but in 10 years, you can really see the shade growth playing into some of that. And it's exciting when we had these conversations here, you pushed hard to make sure that we do something different, which was go outside the means to get some shade established immediately. So now we have shade leading into a summer and then allow time for the trees to grow around it. So I think it's going to be pretty awesome. But wanting to open up that playground, so having some logistics to work out to make sure it's safe before we do that. And then I'll give you an update on the shade sail and construction window for that too when we get it. McNear, I think Cindy essentially addressed a lot of the work. Most of the work you won't see because it's rewiring all 24 zones of irrigation out there. But I think the big successes more recently was, now we're pulling irrigation into the infields to restore eventually a grass infield, which was more historic and iconic to original site. That's not something that was really on the table a year ago. But again, the parks crews have been putting a lot of time into it to get to a point where we are going to have some community groups help us kind of finish the way. But we've got some grading to do on the berm. The infield can be scraped and moved around for the most part, but it was that irrigation, right? If we can't water that berm, it's going to be the same thing in a year, and we're going to be revisiting this. So what do we do to pull that in? and set us up with a nice level playing field for that transition from infield and outfield. And we're seeing the same kind of impacts on the softball field too. So part of it is trying to creatively find ways that we can do the softball field as well, even if it's just pull 15 or 20 feet of the outfield so that we're dragging less. Teams are spending less time having to get to the fields early. Neighbors are upset that, you know, they've got dust coming or there's more activity when it doesn't need to be there. So excited to see some of those improvements, but I know people are anxious. We're getting a lot of calls for fields right now, and it couldn't come close enough, but you know, it's going to be worth it. But we also have to let weather kind of run its course, and we do love rain too.
Did we consolidate those 24 zones? Or did we just rewire them? We still have 24 zones.
We did shift some of the zones, areas we weren't hitting. It was about pressure too, so we've got the booster out there now too. So that was a part too, is we couldn't run, even if we wanted to, we couldn't run those zones. So yeah, we're getting through each one of these hurdles closer to the finish line. And then we need to set it up to where anyone absent of Parks hands can go in and hit a switch to irrigate while they're grabbing equipment out, and we get water on it. And that's the key to success of the maintenance part of it, is we can't afford to put money to redo fields every year. So if we can maintain them during those bumper seasons and then be diligent about keeping folks off them when we need to, we got a chance of bringing more activity back at a time that's really needed. Okay. I'm already tired of hearing myself talk, but I'm going to finish up. Okay. Fairgrounds update. So January 1st, 2024, the city-owned fairgrounds property officially transferred over to local control. This is a big deal. And obviously the last 3 weeks, I think we're in week 3 officially, into this transition period has been very much an all hands on deck effort. Parks and Recreation plays a premier role in the events management and facilities kind of booking. That's in our wheelhouse, but community development and planning is involved. Our public works and utilities, our water and sewer folks have been on site every day. Our city management and legal are still working through the kinks with the 4th District Agricultural Association, and I'm excited to just kind of share that there's a lot of enthusiasm around that. We're learning a lot every hour, but it's been a long time since the city's had any hand. So that transition period has been one that's going to be a lot of fun to be involved with. But a little bit scary and daunting, and that's okay. We are committed to increasing public access, but our priorities right now are to make sure that we have a good understanding of what those immediate facility needs are. We are excited that we have an executed agreement with the former management, the 4th District Agricultural Association, to run the 5-day annual fair. That's huge. So they will be staying on site in the admin building and using the maintenance yards to plan and prep the annual fair taking place on the end of June. So that's really exciting. But then the city will be working with them closely on transition plans to bring back and host community events. This is another area that, you know, the Recreation, Music, and Parks Commission will be involved with, as with probably many. It's going to take a village, I think, to understand what kind of transitional uses, what type of cool pop-up activities can occur. So we're getting ideas regularly. We're getting some really interesting ones. And so that's, I think, the fun stuff. But in the interim, we've really had our nose down, and Cindy and the whole team is really trying to put the right people, contracts, grounds maintenance in place to really take care of the property and see what we need to do before we can welcome people back in a responsible way. So that's the update for now, and much more to come in the weeks, months, year ahead. Recreation, so staffing updates. Kevin Hayes, who had been with the city for 5 years, his official last day with the city was on December 21st as our recreation coordinator. So we thank Kevin for his 5 years of service. He's now going to go into event management full time. He'll be working with the Luther Burbank Center. We're excited for him on his next chapter of work, but thank him for his service. What that means for us in the short term is, he handled a lot of the field allocation, so our team is focused on that, very much so, but really give credit to the team working with Kevin to have a good transition plan. But if people are looking for fields and whatnot, they know how to reach us. We ask for their patience, but we will make sure it gets done. The spring summer activity guide, I think you asked about summer camps. So January 26th is when the spring activity guide will be inserted into the Argus, probably published prior to that. But scholarships, yes. Yes and yes. We have set money aside to offer scholarships. And, that was one of the kind of critical components that we set across for programming for our Measure M expenditures each year. But we're also building that more into just kind of standard across the board. So when you go out and talk with folks, really do encourage them to take advantage of that. It's not one of those things where there should be a guilt around not having someone else miss out. It's more so use it, and then we can we want more people taking advantage of the scholarship program is my point. So please share that we're willing, and our ability to host people regardless of financial means is really important for us. The adult basketball registration is open. So we've had a lot of success kind of bringing this league back. It's grown last couple of years. So we're running a men's and women's league at Casa Grande High School on Sunday, and it'll start on February 18th. So there are still some availability, but not much time. So if you're ready, throw yourself back in there, or know anyone that is, bring your ice packs and let's have some fun. Lastly, I believe, important date to share. This is coming pretty quickly, but on Saturday, February 3rd, the Kenilworth Park playground design team and staff will be working with Public Art, and we want to welcome people to the site. We're going to invite people to Kenilworth from 10 to 1 is what we're saying right now. Messaging will go out, so don't quote me word for word, but the takeaways are February 3rd at 10 o'clock. We're going to have some design elements, renderings out there, and we're inviting folks to come in and really dive into some of the specifics about the design that was shared through the community-wide survey, as well as kind of go through some of the survey results. So we're hoping for good weather, but we have a contingency plan in the teen center if we need to. But we're really going to start trying to drum up the interest, and it's not a lot of time. But hopefully with some messaging goes out next week, and we can get a good pouring of folks to support some feedback on the project specifics in the actual space and kind of have some fun with it. So that'll be February 3rd, Kenilworth Park. And I think that's it. So thank you for that. Okay.
Okay. I just have one thing I forgot to say. We're getting a consultant on board because we're going to pilot an organic turf management program in a couple of our parks. So that will be happening starting this spring. And so really, that kind of gets up and running, and then we'll go through the summer. So we want to just see how we can make it work, if we can make it work, but that we're going to start that pilot program. So that's really exciting too.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. That's a lot of stuff going on. This is a busy department. Yeah, I know. Well, and the fairgrounds, Was there any copper wiring left?
Can I, I think you forgot to also, that is coming to council, the pest management.
I was actually going to ask about when we were going to see
Yeah.
it again.
Yeah, I think it's
Yep.
on the agenda next month.
Thank you. Yes, appreciate it. Paying attention tonight. So we did push back the integrated pest management. We were hoping to get it in front of you all tonight. What we are left to do, really a lot of kudos again to our ad hoc subcommittee, but we have now the information we need from the Rooster Run folks to detail their operations in depth. So we have all of that kind of operational information. We are running it and vetting it through our third-party consultant that we're working with on the IPM, and then we're scheduling meetings with the commissioners here on the ad hoc committee to update the draft, get the draft updated, get the threat matrix updated, and bring it back. So we had to push the council meeting back because we want to come here in February, which means the IPM, the earliest it would get to council would be, I believe, March 11th, I think is the earliest date. So the takeaway is next month, IPM, and thank you in advance to Commissioner Hannah Rizzo-Simmons and Berticelli, because we got some work to do and a couple more meetings, but we're almost there. So close, so close. One more, maybe. We'll get you in. We'll talk to your coach.
She might be laid up at home. All right, you got it going. Okay, so I think with that brings our meeting to a close. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe the IPM will get approved by the time you're off of this commission.
Year and a half.
Solve all the city's problems in 6 years and can't buy a fucking boiler. The city of buzzwords, that's what I call it.
Well, I mean, it's a super interesting conundrum, again, that the city's going to find themselves in. Like,
do they have a money printing machine that I'm unaware of? Because I want some.
well, but not only that, like, again, if we go into this electric phase, like, do these pumps work as well? Is there room for, you know what I mean? And I mean, I do think that some of them do, but they need a little more space than what we have. We don't have this, whatever. It's super interesting. But, yeah, I think this one can is like reach their point where they like go downhill. Maybe some people are like, well, Jesus, it's been a year and a half, people. I'm surprised. I think it's just gotten to a point where like the kids really can't swim at the pool.
Yeah. Kavanaugh's 89.
Oh, uh-huh.
Tell her to go to Sonoma High. They have a really nice pool. They have a really nice aquatic center at the high school.
Oh, oh, she just joined another swim team. Oh.
I mean, I think she was on like, I don't know. She's very swim. She loves swim, but now
Well, maybe she also burnt out. Like, there's that too. Like, it's freaking my kids swimming like 20 hours a week.
maybe got some of it, but I think I'm excited because I'm like,
Right.
She sounded sad about it, so it sounded like it wasn't something that she was.
Well, I wonder, well,
She just is like over it.
Well, I think that she should be over the management, of course. Exactly. But this one is.
But she also works at it.
Right.
So she's just trying to like.
Fair enough. Like, I mean, there's only, and kids are idiots, you know, especially teenagers. Like, I had this. When I at our PTA page, people at Cherry Valley Park are friggin' road signs in front of the crosswalk, so you can't see kids. Some doofuses, right? Yeah, and So somebody had posted complaining about CASA, and I've tried to get this to change as well. I've gone talked to the people, the guy who's in charge of traffic, all this stuff. Nothing ever happens, right? Yeah. So I wrote this thing on the PTA page, and I was like, just so everybody's clear here. By parents parking in that red zone, you are showing these 13-year-olds who will be driving in 3 years that it is okay to park in a red zone and block traffic, and then a kid's going to get hit. I'm like, again, they are watching us constantly. They are not stupid. Once that kid hits pretty much, say 10, they can think through everything.
Sometimes I'm like, my 3-year-old.
Yes,
I
but
have to be
do
careful
you know
what I
what I
do
mean?
and say. Because
Yeah. But also, they can come up with, really good arguments, think through and...
That's really big. She was saying,
I know anything, I'll let you know. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Miss Lewis is through. Okay. See ya.
Anyway. My 2 cents. So we go. But no, it is very. The teachers are amazing. Yeah. And it's so hours ready to do trash. Yeah, it is great. But I like that, right? It wasn't just I can't tell from the video, but it sounds like you know from the individuals. Yeah. So as long as you know, it's just skills.
To I say, okay, now everything that was on the books,
right,
now we can start engaging, and then we have the point where we're the one going to put stuff on the books, and the coordinator will fill that void, and then they can start with the fresh stuff.
Okay, so imagine.
Looking forward to getting to that, but also with the weather.
Imagine
anxiety around, I gotta get out and play.
Which we want kids playing. Kids need to play all sports.
We made the best to do that,
but not more soccer.
And the whiteboard spiel, that's it is a public field. That's going to get you.
Thanks for listening.
I was just going to suggest for the summer camp thing, we did this for Little Delaware, which is sponsor a kid, or if you want to make a donation to this art, we offer scholarships to the community, and then people put in money.
Yeah.
It's you're donating to tax deductible, and you can take up extra.
I love it. Even if it's
just
starts with anything.
And then just also pointing out that the city offers scholarships. Right. If you would like to contribute to our fund to make sure that as many kids as possible.
Yes.
Opportunity to go to summer camp.
And the other thing we could do, we can before, match, right? Better end now, we put in the budget, and sit down, $8,000 scholarship. And we go out and say,
Yeah, I'm Joe Schmo, and I'm but we want to extend that to common swim lessons too. They have to add now 2 years of swim lessons.
I can't even allocate it. Like, I don't, wait, I'm in Nevada now, like, what is happening? What's in my car? What's in my kid? I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our neighbors have.
Right.
Police, and.
Sure. Yeah, but maybe it's not camp for that. I guess for the choir.
Yeah, I haven't even got Cinnabar and Liberty with Liberty's kind of on its own.
Yeah. Thank you both. Great job tonight. Thank you. We'll be back and get the band back together.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was like you had to sign up. Yeah. I'm like, I'm not gonna pick out my, I want to go swimming Thursday, June 22nd. At 10:30 a.m. Yeah. But they never open swim again. Because they didn't have lifeguards.
Yeah. That was I remember that. I don't think that's now the case. But it was, yeah. And that wasn't just us.
No, I heard
that
that
regional.
as well.
I think there's other.
That's what high school, you get the high school kids. So you get a tan and you get paid.
Yeah, and it's good. It's good.
You don't have to work in the school year, well, it used to be. You probably don't even have to rescue.
They don't like some don't like the 5:30 shift.
But how long was one before?
Yeah.
Like that's the best.
That's the best.
Like you
Hours.
sleep in until noon. You get paid your whole night to party. You don't have to wake up till noon. Like what else?
And you got a little bit of money, but you're making some money. Like, you know, it's kind of the perfect teenager job.
So where'd Ag move the tables? Can I go? Like where could they put them?
Probably next to the chicken that they took. They took the chicken.
I heard about that.
Did speed bumps, yeah. Which did us a favor.
I know, I just thought it was funny.
I just go put them at the bowling alley. They need more.
I just have to laugh at it. I go, I would not take anything that explosive. I would love anything.
With the time to take all those speed bumps out too, depending on what they could have been doing with that time. That was like,
it's just funny. Yeah, like,
so we don't know, but they have a lot of area yet to explore that they know, and the ranch, you know, they do that. They move piles around, and to be honest, I'm really thrilled that they're going to stay on board, run the fair, because
you want to run a fair?
What?
Cindy, you didn't want to run a fair?
Cindy probably would want to run a fair, but I would rather really stay the course on all the other things that are really exciting
And the city doesn't have a cache of chairs and tables anywhere.
Not in 300 quantities. It's our salvation, and maybe relationships improve, you know, because they're not really receptive to.
Can I reach out and be like, you're ruining children's Little League cap night experience.
Or
we really need those tables. It's for the kids.
Or tell them
baseball.
Yes, just say you give them credit.
Yeah.
Sing their praises at
I
cap
make
night.
a post about like, oh, thanks Sports
Absolutely.
District Ag for coming
in clutch for the community.
I'll try and reach out.
Dude, I mean,
maybe I'll have Anthony reach out. He's an old Petaluma too. He knows all like the Neves and all those people.
Yeah.
There might be some cross
300
connection
tables
there.
is a lot.
Not 300 tables to seat 300.
Oh, 300.
Yeah.
I was like, I didn't even have that many.
So you can do rounds. They want to do kind of banquet style.
Well, whatever there is.
Let's take whatever at this
Yeah.
point, right?
I mean, usually
Yeah,
we
both.
just do the junior high that pulls.
If
pull
you
out
have
from the
big rounds,
cafeteria.
it's 10, right?
Yeah.
It's 10 at the max. And
You got little people. That's pretty tight. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we usually just do the cafeteria table, so it's just the benches and the table. It's just like, give me a picnic table. I don't care.
Yeah.
I think we have the junior high also reserved as in case.
Oh, good.
Because I don't know if we ever got through to the Portuguese Hall. That was another option.
But you have 300.
No, we have more than 300. We have to do two. We have 400 children playing.
Do you know
plus their families.
another one that's underutilized?
Yeah.
But the Rooster Run Banquet Hall
friend got married there.
It can hold your group. It's,
Really?
it's
It's
hardly
pretty
ever
big.
used.
Hmm.
And when I
And they have
noticed it,
tables.
I noticed it because it came up in the renewed lease agreement with them. So we went in there and I was like,
It's pretty big. My friend got married
big.
there.
It's
They let
big.
us drive the golf court carts.
And you play the local nonprofit card, and they need all the good PR they can get right now. So
They have parking too.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Because, yeah, we were all racking our brains, like, where else is there?
that's one that's definitely under the radar. It's kind of it's
The
a
only
throwback
other one that
to the
might-
80s. You got the red carpet and the well, whatever.
The other one is
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
The other one that might have capacity is the JC, and they have tables and chairs. I don't know up to how many at the Petaluma
Pay more for
conference.
that though.
But
Yeah.
you could reach out and say, hey, could you like go to local?
I know, I was going to reserve one of your communications room at the community center, but it said no food.
Which one? Oh, the club room is the only one we got allowed.
No, it was multiple ones. 'Cause
Yeah.
we were going to have, I was like, oh, we could do draft night.
Oh, you
there, 'cause
can
there's
break it
like,
out. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
we've had some
some
good events
issues.
gone bad.
People do some stuff.
Nacho cheese everywhere.
We've had some incidents, yeah.
Well, it's not I was at Red Night last year.
And $39. Like,
Yeah.
can't beat that.
That's right.
I'm telling you, Red Night last year, all I heard was like, I'm like, what? I'm like, what?
City,
What?
so I don't have to walk back. Will you hit the utility and then throw me the key? Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Bye. Thank you, Anna. IPM, we're gonna get it there.
Yeah, let me know.
Okay, we'll do.
Why don't you have one of these on your key ring? We can get you one.
Yeah, I had one inadvertently for a while. Oh,
Oh, it's already off. Whoa, what happened?
this wasn't picking up sound, was it?
I don't know. Is it not off?
You know how you turn that sound mic off?
Which one? This one? You should just.
The-
Yeah. You should just be able to go home, and then you should hit all off.
I think I just screwed it off. That's good. Yeah.
Oh yeah, why is it so loud?
I'm just gonna hit switch down loud.
Yeah, but you should be able to just hit this power and it doesn't even power off the screen. There we go. Just do this. It's still on. Yeah. There it goes.
No more.
It's fine.
Okay. This over. All right, Cindy.
All right, Drew.
Did it.
Yeah, I survived. I'm tired. Brain dead.
You did.
I'm meeting with Sherry out at the visitor center tomorrow before we meet. We're
Oh.
meeting right at 9:30 at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't confirm, huh?
I don't
Should
think
have,
you
but
did, but she and I.
she said 9:30. That was one of the days I gave her.
Yeah, yeah. So
Okay.
when I see her at 8:30, I'll just confirm that.
Yeah. Did Raylan follow up with the maps?
She said that Ingrid had already requested it. She's working on it. She needs to be in the string of emails.
Okay,
So,
great.
Yeah, it's all in the process.
It's all in there. Awesome.
So,
Okay. Yeah. Well, I thought, the aquatic folks. No. Yeah. Yeah. What? Why are the screens on? Do we have to turn each one of those screens on?
Oh, there's a button at you mean the.
Yeah, the tablet.
Yeah. Oh, no, the tablets?
I saw all that.
Oh, yeah, they're all on. So this, you actually have to turn off, I think, physically or stuff. I don't know where that button is. I'm not tall enough. You might have to. It's off.
All right.
It all went off.
It all went off?
All went off.
Okay. All right.
But this,
Yeah,
can you see where the button, I think
yeah.
there's
It's this, right?
something, yeah, it just turns it off. Oh. 90 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, I was the back when I first was like,
How do I get this on? You know what they always say, check, is it turned on? Is the plug on? You know, like, is it plugged in?
yeah. Okay.
Hey,
Got this.
we're out of here.
Tomorrow. Excited, thank you.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.